Hello, friends. Hello, internet. Very welcome to my live stream. I'm going to make this pretty simple because I need to get this done. I am a graphic designer, digital designer in Bern, in Switzerland, and I do a lot of web design and animations and all that kind of stuff. Everything digitally, and yeah, but here for my live streams, I do some simple things. I'm going to switch my screen. There you go. And this is a Nasty Cupid. This is a band, and this is an illustration I do for them. And I'm just going to continue work on this. So yeah, I'm just getting everything to work. Check if everything is fine. And as soon as I got that, I'm going to start. I hope you had a good week. Mine was good, very mindful. I made kind of the decision. I had a good talk with my current employer, and yeah, seems like I'm going to make myself a living next year full-time with my freelance graphic design, but one step at a time. We'll get this year done, and then we'll look what next year will bring. Yeah. So everything's working. I think I'm online. I'm just going to get some music into my ears, because music is what it's all about, right? So, here we go. This is the illustration I was talking about. I already made a stream where I did start to make the colorization, and I made the outline, and now I'm going to continue, just refine all of those things. And maybe the goal is to get this to Photoshop, because this is on the iPad, and as soon as I'm in Photoshop, I'm going to add all those shadows and all of that nice stuff. So I hope I don't miss anything. So the start is the hardest thing. Just going to make out where I want to start. You see all of those colors coming out of the lines. Just getting things figured out before I actually start, because I remember I had an issue here. There's some lines. So yeah, it takes a few minutes for me to get into this stuff, but I hope it's not too boring for you. I would love to listen to some music a little louder, so it might be a little more interesting for you. But unfortunately, copyright issues. So I'm going to listen to my music alone in my headphones. Phil Collins, by the way. Right now. I made this cross already, and then I merged the layers, so they're together, you know, they're merged, and I forgot to take back the opacity of this layer, so now I have this kind of semi-transparent lines I need to get rid of. That's actually just what I'm doing right now, just cleaning up. That's overall the step I'm doing right now, just cleaning up the mess I did. Because, you know, I was working on this when I was in the train and my way to work. and just to be more efficient and just get it done, you know. But yeah, ultimately you can't work that accurate or with the same accuracy when you're really into it. Like now, I'm taking my time, and especially I'm sitting still. There's no bus shaking or bus drivers who don't know how to drive. And yeah, it's Saturday. It's Christmas soon. I can't believe it's Christmas. This year was intense. So many things happened. But I chose my path because I want to sustain myself and build my own business at some point and just have the freedom of my own choices. So I made this decision, and about, I don't know, I probably knew it always that I wanted to do this, but sometimes there just comes the time where you have to, and you can't just run away from it or blame other people for your own chances and your own mistakes. So that's what we're doing, taking responsibility. The last time I made the stream, I just rewatched, not the whole thing, but just some parts of it, and I noticed, you know, I'm a while in this hell situation down here on this image, and yeah, it looks like pretty dark, and I wondered what people think of me when they see this, but we have some heaven here too, so everything's fine. It's not that dark. So I decided to, because in the sketch it wasn't defined if this is a woman or a man or whatever, but I decided to just make a woman and a man. And I want him to be fighting to come out of it, and she like just resignated. And he's just a mad fuck. So you know, sometimes I have to sketch out really hard, just really rough on what I want to draw, because sometimes you don't have the feeling of it depends so much on your own mood and everything. So sometimes it just works perfectly and all your lines just fit. But for the most part, I mean, people are different, it's just the way I work. For the most part, I have to kind of sketch around it. That's why this looked so bad before. But it helps me just get a feeling of the dimensions, of the 3 dimensions. Yeah. I don't really know. I didn't decide yet what this other leg is going to do, because I know, you know, they're on a cross. There's this leg over there. I think I'm actually going to get rid of all of this. Somehow this doesn't add up. So probably these muscles here will have a lot of tension on them, so I'm just going to do that. To be honest, I am sometimes struggling to make male figures. I don't know why. And it sometimes also depends. Sometimes it's easier for me to make males, but sometimes, I don't know, just in general, I feel more comfortable with the forms. I don't know, the round forms of a woman body. I don't know what it is. What is this leg doing here? Now again, you see, I'm just trying to sketch something here, just to get a feeling of what is right. Like something like this would look right when this foot would be down here. But now the back leg doesn't seem to be proportional at all. Maybe the back leg needs to come out here. So you see, also as a professional, you don't always get it right. But I guess as a working in a creative field or in creative in the creative business world, you kind of learn how to, creativity is just, in the end, it's just a process. Just don't give up and just continue on what you're doing and what you think of. It's in so many parts of the creative process where you just, it's just finding out, it's just problem solving again. I feel like I use that word way too much, but it's just everything in life is problem solving in some way. It's at least the way I see it. I don't know what's happening down here. It looks better than before, but it doesn't look right yet. But one step at a time. Just checking if maybe someone was chatting with me, but I don't see anyone. So yeah, in the moment the whole picture looks pretty flat, so that's why those shadings will bring this to life. All the lights and the darks and all the other tones. I think it will look good. But you kind of never know. I hope the connection is alright. Yeah. I found out why my connection the last time wasn't that good. Because I'm using a VPN. And, I'm just, to be honest, I was kind of lazy because I have this security, all these security apps from Avast, or Avast, I don't know how you say it. You write it like that. Yeah. So I have those apps, and They had an offer for a VPN app they brought out, so I took that. But now I realized, because I have super fast internet here, that yeah, as soon as I turn on the VPN, even though it's optimized for streaming, it's just nowhere close. It's just, yeah. But I mean, it's very logical. I just didn't think about that because, you know, I'm a designer. And to be honest, all of this streaming and digital marketing stuff, I have so many cables attached to my computer. It's sad. It really is. It's like so many cables, and to get everything functioning. I mean, I wanted to stream, and also at work when I kind of, you know, I'm kind of the person who likes to use my digital solutions also at home. So Bluetooth speakers and all of that stuff. I actually had two identical Bluetooth speakers for my computer, which I could just take with me when I wanted to go outside. So I have something modular. But yeah, turns out the limits are still there. It worked perfectly, but just with the time, and especially when I used intensive software, they just gave up. And it was very, very frustrating to work like that, because having the sound always change and disturb, and it just disrupts your workflow. So I decided I get some new computer speakers. I don't know if you could follow, or if anyone is listening, but that's kind of how it is when you really need a lot of hardware when you want to do a digital business. But now I have everything I need, I think. I mean, obviously, at some point I will have to reinvest, but I think I invested enough this year to sustain myself next year, work-wise. Because the last thing I wanted is to have to work with poor hardware, because it's just, you know, I worked in agencies and they give you their computer to work on, and everything is just smooth and it works. And I just couldn't build up my business with the infrastructure I had. Don't get me, I mean, I had a MacBook from 2012, and I think it was 2018 where I bought myself a real computer, like the Mac Mini I'm working on now. Well, this is the iPad, but, you know, streaming from now. And yeah, it just was a game changer, and I'm pretty much really happy with the Mac Mini. But of course, the new things that came out, they are just mind-blowing again. Well, again, the next Mac Mini will probably come out next year. But what I want to say is I upgraded my Mac Mini. It has the maximum amount of RAM, everything. And now the new MacBook Pros came out. And I pretty much waited a whole year for them to come out so I can buy one, because I need to be flexible and work from remote. And yeah, I'm pretty excited what this is going to be like because from what I've heard, this is going to easily compare to my Mac Mini, which is insane. Well, I have to say the Mac Mini is already pretty small, but the new chips are a game changer. That's pretty much what I wanted to say. So if you have any questions, just ask. I'm just going to continue on working on this. The last time I streamed, I was just streaming for about, I think, 40 minutes. But this time I'm going to stream a little longer because I need to get this done, and I don't want to give myself some limitations. The only thing I know is that I'm going to be out this evening. But since it's still morning, I'm just going to get things done. Oh, that is so dangerous. You know, because I have these layers. This is the layer for, sorry for that. I'm just trying to figure out where and when this happened there. But I have these outline layers and those color layers, and it's really you just have to be aware on which layer you are all the time, because if you draw on the wrong layer, you are going to be very frustrated at some point. So I got those lines here I want to get rid of. You know, there's still going to be a lot of work, but the way I tend to work on larger projects or larger images like this is just step by step. You know, I don't look at the whole picture as one, but I do at various points to just get the whole thing and just, yeah. But just getting those details, you really have to work one by one and just, like, this is one thing of the whole painting, and it has to speak for itself in the end. So again, I'm on the wrong layer. That is so frustrating. Okay. And now I forgot what I was talking about. Hello, Sonia. I don't know on which point you sent it, but yeah, wrong layer. Very frustrating. Sonia, you wrote me before or this yesterday that you're in Switzerland? Is that true? because that is really, really nice. Because I'm going to go to Leukerbad next week with Sandra, and maybe we can manage to come together. My family has a hotel in Leukerbad, and I am going to make an image video for them. And I have everything I need. I have a camera, I have a gimbal, and I want to interview my grandfather, and I'm very excited how this will be. Yay! So just cleaning up this canvas, and you already notice all those small changes. It just makes everything cleaner. I'm going to clean up here because I'm just avoiding this for now. You know, I probably also work one by one because I just get overwhelmed working on just looking at the whole image. Then I think this is going to take way too much time. But it actually doesn't. You just have to start. It's not actually that time intensive when you work on it. But there are a lot of things I'm not looking forward to. Because there are a bunch of naked people there. And I don't like to draw crowded people. It's just really, really... I can't handle the details. Also him, I think I'm going to start with him now. Just get him some refined edges. Or sometimes I'm thinking myself if I should just redraw all the lines on him. No, my problem is right now that I don't have any layers left. Ah, yes I do. I can get rid of this one. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Because he's also the center point of the whole thing, and I want him to be really clean. I'm actually going to change the background because I don't see anything like this. Probably green or something. You might ask why green, but it's just an unnatural color. You know, this neon green is an unnatural color. And you can differentiate everything else from it. Very good. Ah, feet. Don't we all hate feet? Yeah, again, situations to avoid. Future Greg is going to find that out. I really don't know how other people are drawing. I think I draw in a very, very technical and, how do I say, very, I have like this rational approach, I think, but I don't really know. Maybe other people do it also that way. Something like that. I have to get him look like he does in the other pictures. So I'm actually going to take a look at them. I hope there's no strange things coming up there. Master Cupid, here we are. That's kind of how he should look. I want to change him on this one because he looks totally different. This one was kind of the first or second one I did. Okay. So yeah, he is muscular, but not that much, you know. And something's not right here. Something's not right here. I'm going to start with the top. And this is just somehow, this is wrong. Yeah, something like this. Today is the 18th of December, 2021. And 10 years ago, today, 10 years ago, I had an accident. Now I won't tell you the life story right now, but pretty crazy that it's been 10 years. 10 years. A lot have happened in those 10 years. Again, I like outlines. As soon as it gets to those details, I just feel like I need to avoid them. But you know, you can't avoid them eventually. You have to. I don't really know how's the lighting here. You know, we'll figure out as we go. And there's a lot of shading coming as soon as I'm in changing to Photoshop. So I'm probably already going to just give him kind of a beard, just that I have a feeling of what will come. And he kind of has a rounder head form on the other pictures. So I'm probably just going to... good question, I don't know what I'm going to do. He has curly hair, so I'm probably just going to start giving some curls. I will need to check with those other images, but one step at a time. As I said, sometimes you just need to scribble some details and the rest will come by its own. Just start. In so many things in life, just start. But since it's not that risky in art, it's kind of easier to do and say that. Especially these days with making things undone again. The wings obviously are a key feature of the whole thing. So I will want to make this as nicely as I can. Also giving it some thickness, you know. Because feathers obviously are pretty thin, but nothing on this planet is, I don't know, like a minimal sheet. Like you always have these kind of edges from every object that reflects light, maybe from behind, maybe from the side. So you always, in real life, you always notice those edges, even if they're tiny. But light just falls off it in another way. I feel like his hands are just way too small. So another reason to avoid something. Future Greg will find out. Well, after this project, I tell you, I definitely know how to draw wings and angels and that stuff. Woof, woof, woof. There are some gesture quiche shortcuts, if you will, since you obviously don't have a keyboard on the iPads unless you have the magic keyboard, which will cost you like, what was it, at least 200 francs or something, just way too much. But you know, we all know Apple has their prices. And I'm the last one who has to blame Apple for anything, because I literally bought the new MacBook Pro, and it's kind of one of the most expensive things I ever bought. And I am willing to wait for months. I mean, what company can do that? Isn't that crazy? People are waiting months. Even though they know they have to wait that long, they're still buying it. You have to have a real good name and a real good project if you can pull that off. It's crazy. Imagine some small company couldn't deliver for kind of 4 months. No startup would ever be able to compensate for that. But Apple can. I think that's crazy. So I'm going to yeah, I think that's a good one. Sometimes you have to get rid of details and create new ones. You could argue that I did it 2 times now, but it actually really helps to improve. Also, these clouds up there, I don't like the thickness. I think I'm going to do the same thing here. And this would be a chance to migrate this front cloud here too. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Bring down that transparency. Yeah, we will actually need that later. You might think that this is just too much work for something like that. And I would agree, but this is pretty large project. There are several images and they're working on their album for several years. Now they have their remastered versions and they kind of wait for me, and this one is the last image I have to complete. There are some little changes on the other pictures, but this is kind of really the last one I have to finish. So I want to do it the right way and not just give up at the end. And I also want to get this done this year because I don't want to take this into next year. I will continue to work with them and I want to continue to work with them. I don't know what's happening there. I have to get rid of that one. I will continue work with them, but these illustrations, also my business, everything changed, and I like to do that, but since I am working on these, I actually pretty much never drew anything for myself anymore. I mean, I had a lot of other things to do, obviously, but it's just when you're a designer and an artist or whatever you call it, and especially me, who's working very digitally, as a graphic designer, I'm always on the Mac. I'm always working in the same programs. Even if I have an idea, I also may work in Procreate like I do now, just to sketch some ideas. So I always, I don't know, it's kind of, my work is my hobby. And I separate those two, especially, sorry, I'm like really messing up those lines here. It's just shifting priorities, I guess. I don't know, because when I work for a client, I tend to not do those same tasks for my own business. Let's say, obviously, when I have kind of a website, web design, anything like that, I will not work on my own website because I don't want things kind of mixed up. I mean, it's no problem when I have different clients, like 2 different clients or something like that, and they both have a website I'm doing. That's not the thing, but just getting into the mindset, you're doing it for your own sake. I don't know, I just like to have this kind of separation. But this year I got a lot of things done. And I feel pretty ready. I don't really know how other people stream. I don't know if I'm talking too much or too less. I have no idea. But I know that everybody says that you should just, not only on streaming or anything like that, but just always be yourself. Being honest and transparent has the most values for everyone in every situation. This is going to be a rainbow, in case you wondered. So, perfect. See the difference? It's just refined, and it gives me just a little less contrast, and it gives me opportunity to focus more on the center as soon as I get a step further to bringing this into Photoshop. Ah, this one can go too, see. I see. So yeah, obviously everything you have to erase. It's probably a mistake. I have to be honest. I like the face and everything of him, but I kind of forgot what I wanted to do with the back part of his body. I don't remember. But I'll figure it out. Future Greg will figure it out. Remember. Next year is going to be so intense. Bear with me. I am very excited. I am not as anxious as I was. I don't know. I think I'm especially anxious when I have to make decisions. But as soon as I made my decisions, it's kind of meh. Okay, that's just the way it goes. No, there's never a way back, so yeah. Well, actually, last year I had to make a decision which took a toll on me, but I have to say, it sounds like a bad movie, but it's just true. When you in desperate times, as long as you want to, there are new things happening. And that decision I had to make last year really made me question a lot. But also, at the same time, something was born, was the start for the community idea I have. Which helped us this year, or me, together with Sandra, to have something to actually participate at the Leah Award here in Bern for business, like a start, like it's like an award for business ideas for startups. And this is pretty awesome because we didn't win. We came close to the finals, but we had a lot of it was a great learning process because we had like those master classes. We have those master classes, and we learned a lot from those people. And you know, when do you have the opportunity? I mean, when you want to build something, you probably don't know where to start. And everybody is talking about your network, and that's exactly what it's all about, to be honest. You have to have a network, you have to get in touch with the right people, you have to get in touch with people with a similar mindset that you have. And yeah, that was a great platform for doing so and having that. And all of that, I would have never thought it came that way, but this was only possible because I had this idea of a community for creative people, community agency. We actually had a name, or have a name, but I'm really trying not to say it anymore because we will have to change the name. So, yeah, was a really nice experiences, but you know, it's not always everything like you'd love to have it. Just life, that's just how it goes. I'm going to clean up this dude here. I thought about just drawing him again like I did in the other two, but he doesn't, he's merged with other layers, so all of those lines here from those people here and those angels there, everything is one layer with him. So, and I don't have many layers left because this is a pretty large file and Procreate only at this point allows me to have 17 layers, which is not a lot when you are working in. Oh, now I see what's happening. I see what's happening. I didn't see that anymore. This belongs to that. That makes a lot more sense. But I don't really know where this is going. No, this here. Yeah. Something like that. This was too far. Sorry, I just stopped talking about what I was talking about. Again, I'm not actually like a streamer, and I am interested in all of the gaming subject, and especially, but that's another thing to talk about. Gaming and the metaverse is going to have a really strong connection. So also business-wise, I am interested in the gaming industry, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just counting his fingers, because I'm not esoteric or anything like that, but having an angel with 6 fingers just feels very wrong. I forgot what I was talking about again. I made my mother a playlist of songs that reminded me of her for her birthday. And obviously now I have them in my playlists too. And I mean, I wouldn't listen to all of them regularly, but there are some that really bring up memories, I have to say, because we traveled a lot. And I kind of hear, you know, that when you hear a song or something, and I literally nearly hear her voice singing with it. I mean, we also have a similar voice, to be honest, but it's not because of me. Not because I'm singing with. Yeah, those feathers are just somehow wrong. Just doesn't feel right. So we get rid of it. What doesn't feel right has to go. I'm going to make those as soon as I make these. So, now here, I want to give her, also here, you know, it's never flat, it always has kind of this edge to it, so that's what I want to capture. You see, I'm really close here with the pixels, but you will notice, you will. Now, I don't really know how aerodynamics of a mermaid works. But I think she could swim with it. It looks a little small compared to the others. It looks really small, yeah. Because first I thought I could maybe make a twist, but I feel like it would feel like it's broken. She broke her. But I'm just going to make it larger. I'm trying to capture that form and the perspective. Something like this. And then we get rid of this one, get some roundings in here. There you go. Now this, I like that it gets to like a little thinner here, but I feel like it needs to get a little thicker faster. Huh. Nearly no battery left. It's frustrating. This is really frustrating. Because I'm not closely done. But you know, maybe this is a sign. Maybe this means I need to switch to Photoshop. Because, to be honest, I can do the same things in Photoshop too. So, I actually don't really know why I should not change to Photoshop. I will have more layers. Well, yeah, I think I just decided that's what I'm going to do pretty soon. Within the next 9% of my charging, of my iPad battery. This probably sounds pretty stupid, but there was another whale in another image. Yeah, I know. And I feel like I'm pretty good in drawing fish. Maybe because it's easier. I just watched, or I saw on YouTube, this series of, I don't know how Ink Master, I think it was, yeah. And I think it's pretty insane because we all know those competitive shows, right? Where people fight each other for the, I don't know, best artwork, best model, best whatever. And they are doing the same with tattooers, tattoo artists, which is awesome and it's really interesting to watch. But I would never ever just get a tattoo from a random person who has stress. I mean, they literally have kind of 4 hours or something like that for really crazy things they have to do, and they have to discuss it with they call the people they're tattooing, they call them canvases. And I think it's a little bit, yeah, special to call them canvases. But yeah, that's what they do. So you see what I'm doing here? I'm getting this negative space in there because this is where the lens will look out of the socket, or how you call it, how you want to call it. Thinking about it, there are a few things I am missing on because I will change it to Photoshop every moment. There are things I am missing in Photoshop. For instance, those smart shapes, or how do you call them? Just this. You can just make forms like this. Okay, I mean, this wasn't really helpful, but you know what I mean. This is what it should be. And you can make circles and, you know, just have those perfect lines. And you don't have that in Photoshop. Which is understandable because I use Photoshop very regularly and it just works differently. It's not made for touch. And Photoshop on the iPad made real progress. I don't know, these lines look just awful. I don't know what I did there. I'm just going to get rid of all of it. So again, maybe this was in the bus and it was a little shaky. Because, you know, I could have just worked on it, worked on those lines and just make it nicely, step by step. But to be honest, just making a line like this is just so much easier. And it takes way less time. I want to get this dynamic curve in there, so I mean, nothing is real here, so who cares? Again, I don't know how other people approach things like that. But I do feel, for me, it really helps to have an understanding of the 3D object. Because also for not only how lines work, not only how perspective works, it just gives you, you know, we live in a three-dimensional world, we can't help it. So for me, this is like the perfect skill to have if you want to draw something recognizable. I got some messages there. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I was so focused on my thing here. I'm doing very well. Thank you again. I am, would you say Art Nouveau? Nah, no, this is not Art Nouveau. This is more of, I don't know what it is actually. It's more of a comic style mashup. I mean, I need to change the background here again. Again, I'm pretty new to this streaming thing, so thank you for joining in, everybody, and thank you for, I don't know, I learned about raids and stuff, but to be honest, I don't know a lot about streaming yet. But I can show you what these pictures are going to look like. These are kind of the pictures that are finished. I need to continue on Photoshop to make those shadings and everything. This is actually my favorite here. And these are artworks for a band, for a friend of mine, Nasty Cupid. And I'm going to make the whole album cover art and everything. And those are pictures for the titles. And yeah, pretty cool stuff. And this is actually a remake of one because we didn't like it. And that's what's happening here. That's awesome, Zenzone Panda. But it is, can I also, I don't, I have to read myself into it again. Because I'm not a typical gamer or anything like that. I just do my artwork. I'm a graphic designer, actually. This is just like a smaller thing I'm doing for friends. But I focus my business on graphic design and web design and all digital stuff. I also do animations. But I feel like on those other things I need to think way too much. So here with this, I can actually be a little more flexible and I can talk a little bit of what I'm doing and don't have to stress myself. So I think this is pretty suitable for making live streams. And I just wanted to get some content out. So that's the context what I'm doing here. And I'm very happy that you came by here. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, at this stage I'm really just getting it clean. I'm just cleaning up everything, just so I can further work on it. I am checking my wait. Sorry, I have to disconnect very fast. Yeah, I actually have to change to Photoshop because it doesn't charge. My iPad isn't charging. But again, probably this has to be as it is because at some point I have to change to Photoshop. So let's export this. Make a Photoshop file here. Export. I really appreciate you liking my work. And it's awesome if you enjoy watching me work. Because for me, it's kind of, I don't really know if it's exciting to watch. So, now I have it transferred. I got the file on Photoshop. Photoshop. I'm just getting things where they belong, because having some structure is important. So this image is actually called Escape from Hell, which probably makes sense. Thank you, Zen Zone Panda. V Havoc. Well, this art style, I don't know really how you call it, because it's kind of just digital fantasy art, I don't know. It's very abstract, but yeah, I would say this is pretty close to comics. I don't really know, to be honest. I'm just drawing it as I feel. It's for sure digital art. Yeah. But yeah, the image is actually, yeah, Escape from Hell, so he's kind of escaping from all the drama, and you see heaven wanting him to, kind of, or watching him, seducing him, and he decides to just tell everyone to fuck off and go back to Earth and play music. That's kind of what this image is about, or the song. Well, it's obviously a little nicer, but you know what I mean. Thank you, Befalanatur. Sorry if I pronounce this strange. But make sure to follow, because I'm growing my business next year full time. So, yeah. You guys are awesome. Thank you for all of your nice words and stuff. Again, I'm not doing this for a long time yet, so take some time to getting used to this. We have the 18th. I'm just renaming my files. Sorry, you don't see what I'm doing right now. But I'm just getting ready to stream on via Photoshop. So this would be ready. I'm just getting the stream window to the other display. There you go. Perfect then. So, Photoshop. Let's see if this works, how good this works. I have to choose my window. I'll be there every second. There you go, now you see something. So we're here in Photoshop. I'm going to continue work in here so my iPad can make a pause. I don't know if you hear the church, don't get disrupted. So, sorry, just had a text. I'm actually going to get me some coffee to continue, so sorry if this is going to take some time. Thank you for the transition. I think it's pretty awesome too, but it's actually just a one of those standard transitions, and I was pretty blown away. But I'm going to make myself a coffee. Thanks a lot. Back soon, making myself a coffee. So. Back soon. So, it's getting ready. I have my coffee. So, sorry for waiting. Yes, coffee is important. So, where to start? I have to reorganize. I'm going to get my tablet here. Graphics tablet, so I can work now on the computer with my graphic pen. Like this, get everything to work. So, now I just have to get used to this interface here. Okay, so now we're not limited anymore to any layers, so that's a very good thing. I think I need to start to separate those things and make yeah, that's what I'm going to do. This is one group, this is Nasty Cupid, it's himself. Nasty Cupid. And I'm probably going to separate this guy from, or heaven from hell, if you will, because now those are still on the same layer, just because I needed to keep those layers. No, I mean I needed to separate all of those things. Ah, come on. This is one thing I don't understand in Photoshop sometimes. I just want a guarantee that when I copy something and paste something that it's always on the same place. And I know that probably this is possible if you know exactly the way to do it. But I just don't see the point why you want to paste something somewhere else if it's the same document and the same, you know what I mean. Yeah. Like here, I mean, why should this be offset this amount? I just don't know. Yeah. So, getting things separated here. This is heaven. So I don't know if you noticed, but I feel kind of, I have to still get used to it, but I feel really safe here in Photoshop because you just notice that these programs are just made for desktops, and the workflow is just different. It's more powerful and everything. It's just faster. Well, not depends what you mean with faster, but you get the point. So this is hell. Sorry, I'm not always good at multitasking. These are hell's outlines. This is this cage with those nude people. So that's going to call it cage, and it's part of hell. Nasty Cupid, and this is heaven, heaven's outlines. So there you go. Looks clean. Nasty Cupid, heaven, hell, cage. Perfect. Structure. I love structures. So I'm just going to decide on what I want to start here. We're still in the cleaning mode because I obviously switched to Photoshop because I didn't have enough battery on my iPad because it wasn't charging while connected. Probably because of the screen sharing or something like that. So we still need to do a lot of cleanup here, and that's what we're going to do. So that's one thing I like here in Photoshop. You can just click on the element that you want and you just end up to that layer. That's something that those are the small things that are just not yet optimized on those touch screens and stuff. And also I mean, this is the future we're talking about, but I'm wondering how it will be when these things get interactive, like kind of in the metaverse. And I'm not only talking about Facebook's metaverse, I mean like we now already have all those clouds and everything synchronized and stuff, but getting the power of Photoshop's how should I call it, resources would really be mind-blowing. But I just can't imagine how I could how this will be. It's just crazy. So again, I have to make some adjustments here, switching programs. It's just so that's what we want. We want sensitivity on this. I actually have a new graphics tablet I could get pretty cheap from a colleague because she didn't need it, and this suits perfectly for me because I really stacked up all of my infrastructure. So it feels very different. Really have to get used to it. And again, this is the eraser I had for another project. So all of these things just have to be configured. And as soon as everything is configured, somehow just changing my brushes, checking my brush settings. So now we're getting somewhere. I mean, it obviously is, you really have to switch in your mind how you work, because on the iPad you obviously work pretty naturally, if you will, because you have it draws where you look, you know, it just, there where the pen hits, it draws, which makes a lot of sense. But here with the graphic tablet, I don't have a screen on this one, so I'm looking on my screen and I'm moving on my tablet, which obviously is the way to go, but this is just it's different. Your mind has to adapt. So now I got my eraser and my brush configured, and now I can use my shortcuts to just change between those two. I guess everybody works differently on those things. But I'm just going to work on it as I know. I just want to check everything is working fine. So at some point I had some kind of another color or another transparency on my brush, and you can see it on those fine edges here. I don't really see it. Maybe you won't even see it on the stream, I don't know. But yeah. But it's not that bad because we really have to get those shadings in anyway, so if there's a light contrast, probably even helps with the texture in the end, so it feels a little, you know, sometimes people don't need a lot of texture to make something feel nice or real. And obviously we're not going for real here, we're going for recognizable. And this is also this style I'm doing here is just, it's not like, it is kind of a digital art style I am doing, but it's also the style my client chose. So I'm adapting myself to do this. I think if you'd ask me what's the difference between an artist and a graphic designer, that is probably it. I adapt myself to the wishes of my clients, and I try to get the solution for my clients, the best solution for my clients. And as an artist, you probably focus a lot on self-fulfillment and your style, I guess. Because yes, I do define as an artist in some way, but in the end I'm doing this professionally as a designer. And as a designer you have checkboxes to check. Just getting into these details. I feel like I need to zoom closer here in Photoshop. Maybe it's also just a feeling because my screen is that big. So, just checking if all those lines are right. Again, I'm still in the cleaning mode. As soon as we get one step further, I will get into some shading, and I will also be refining other things like this planet. I am not happy with that. I still have to figure out how I want to do that, because we already did this kind of another version of this image, but this image actually also had this planet in the background, and I had a real struggle getting this planet done, and I cheated somehow with actually building it in 3D and then colorize it, but this is not that version, so don't. This is not finished at all. So yeah. I am figuring out where I want to start with him. I feel like again I need another background, so now here I can make, this is like a flat background, but what I want to do, and we could actually also work transparent. I think we're going to do that, so I'm just going to get rid of all of those here so I can focus fully on this one. I think that's what I'm doing. Oh, I just noticed that my frames dropped drastically. I hope the audio and everything else is fine. Because yeah, these programs are intensive. And streaming relies on a lot of resources, right? Again, just getting closer so I don't mess things up. Like this, for instance. No face there yet, but that's fine. Future Greg will find that out. Oh, it's actually white here. Because of the wings. The wings will be the next thing we will probably have to do. The next intensive thing. I said it in another stream. In the end, it doesn't really matter what you do, where you start, why. But it matters that you do. Because in the end, the whole image has to be done. And every single part of the image is part of the image, obviously. I feel like I have to check my phone. So yeah, I think this has a lot to do with patience, especially when you get into those details. So I'm sorry if I'm not talking so much. Maybe I'm even talking too much anyway. Probably just feel like I want to fill the silence or something. So, just getting those edges. Now I feel like I'm getting into the mood here in Photoshop. As I said, it takes some minutes to get the feeling and just readjust to another program. But I think this is one of my skills I have. I am very good in learning new programs, and I am relatively good in the programs I know a long time. Like as a graphic designer, I'm using Photoshop on a daily basis, so that helps a lot. Just making some irregularities here. We're going to get them in later on. Get him some hair, a beard, and a face. I think a face would make sense for someone, for anyone. And of course the hand here, I mean, either it works or it doesn't. So since I'm in Photoshop, I mean, I could have done that earlier in Procreate, but it's just easier here. I can just select it and transform however I need it. That's kind of right here, and it's done. So it's really the performance aspect and the shortcuts on the keyboard that makes you really fast. So I really don't know if there is anything simpler than pushing a button to change your tool, or switch from different tools. I'm saying that because again, I'm really curious what the future will bring with all this AR and just the augmented reality and the virtual reality things that are happening right now. Knowing what it takes and what I need to work, I'm pretty sure it will take quite the time until this will be ready for everyday usage and work. Because it work, there are other factors coming to it. It has to be compatible when you work with other companies. So actually the whole industry would have to change, and everyone would have to learn new programs. And I don't know how successful this is going to work, because look at Windows. they still have old versions all around the globe, and the only reason why they have so much people using Windows is the reason why old things like, for example, why it took ages for Internet Explorer to be killed, and that's only because the demand was just too high. There were so people using it and couldn't install new browsers, and that's the reason why they had to hold on to it. So, like, I don't know, at least 6 billion people need to change how they work. I don't think that's going to be easy. I know the technology is there for everything, but this is not going to be an easy transition. I think that probably is the biggest hurdle the technology companies would have to make. So I think I'm going to just start to give him some beard. Again, we can change everything later on. Something like that. I mean, the more I do those streams, I do like here, the less it feels I need to talk to other people. Because I'm just more or less saying what's on my mind. Obviously not everything, but you know. So this is where I would love these functions I have in Procreate, where I can just make smooth curves when holding it. But here in Photoshop it's really like more a manual approach. I could use shapes, you know, vector shapes, but it would just lose a lot of character when I do that. I think I'm just going to leave it as it is right now. And now I'm going to get some details in. Which needs sort of training, because again, I don't have these lines. I do feel like Photoshop is more powerful, but at the same time it's also, it feels more handcrafted when drawing images like this. One thing I also noticed, that when I get too close, I have kind of like more, how do I say that? More fluctuations that I can make, because the lines are kind of longer. It's easier to make not straight lines, if that makes some sense. So what I'm going to do is just zoom out a little bit. everybody draws differently, but I know that I can make curves better this way. So that's what I'm doing. This just feels so strange. Again, I'm still getting used to it. Somehow this just doesn't work as I want to. I really having struggles right now here. But most of the time, it is because you're just not patient enough. Just take your time, concentrate on the lines that you want to make. And again, there are a lot of shadings going to come in later on, so I don't know what it is. It's just kind of the curves really take a toll on me here, because I got this rotated on the screen and my tablet is mirroring the screen and it's just somehow not adding how I want it to. But you know, I'm just going to leave it like this for right now. And I'm going to focus on something here. His hands. Now I actually got rid of the layer. I don't know if that was the right thing to do. I definitely need a smaller brush. Like, here you go. Something like this. Sketching out the situation here. He's probably going to have an ankle here. And the back of the hand. Maybe the small finger or something like that. Hands. Tell me if you're a hand specialist, but I hate drawing hands. You know what? I think I can do some smoothness adjustments here. Smoothing. Because somehow this just doesn't want to work as I want. Shape dynamics, texture. This doesn't really do anything. I don't know. So a lot of the things have to do with the brush settings you have. If you're struggling with your pen, your pens. So I just need some basic shapes here to just get a feeling of how this hand should look. So this is the face. I want this to be kind of in a perspective. And just getting some of those shapes. I hate hands. I really do. But something like that looks not as bad. It looks better than it was before, so that's good. Now let's get rid of everything distracting. Something like that. I probably hate hands, drawing hands, as much as he hates whatever he hates right now on this picture. So as you see, I'm just getting to this form step by step, erasing what doesn't feel right. But it does look cleaner already. Get the background back, so it does seem cleaner now. Definitely. And that's exactly what we want. Again, my goal is to clean up everything. I'm going to continue up here. And then I will have to continue down here and just get all those details. All those nude people, caged people. And as soon as I've got the major details out, I will start with the shading. That's the plan. Because we want this to be popping, we want this to be cool and crazy and wild. And right now we're pretty flat. Again, I don't know how entertaining this is to watch me, but I appreciate it a lot. Let me know if I can improve on anything. But at the same time, be aware that I want to get things done too. I don't just want to talk, I just really want this done this year. And since it's December, nearly Christmas, there's not too much time left. And it's not a problem because I think this is going to work fine for this image here. But there are some other tasks I have to do for the band. Also the album cover is something I need to do, work on. And all of that takes time. So this is just one part of it. And I still have to make some adjustments on the other images. But I think you can see the effort that's in it. And because of the cleaning here I'm doing, it seems pretty time intensive and everything. And I just wanted to get to a point where it looks sort of clean. It doesn't have to be perfect everywhere, you know, but it just helps. You just see the quality. I could just ignore all of that, but it just wouldn't look as good as the other pictures I made. So yeah, I think, should I attempt to give him a face? I think I'll try. I'm going to make a separate layer because I can do a lot of things wrong here. That's way too big. Kind of what we want. Now, and was the sketch here. So you see we went a long way from this to this. So there should be an eyebrow. Here should be kind of an eyebrow, not like that, but something like that. So I want him to have this like grim look. And because this is a separate layer, I can play around with it now. Need to be careful that the proportions make sense. Something like that. I like that. Obviously a lot missing, but he has a face, that's good. So again, just start, just do something, and eventually you will end up with something you will like. Just a tip from a designer. Oh. So yeah, I am definitely taking advantage of everything I can do here in Photoshop. There you go. That's a good start for the face. That's not actually making sense here. Something like that. There you go. So right now it's probably not the most exciting thing to watch, but it will get more exciting as soon as I feel ready to start with the shadings and stuff, because it's kind of like the same image all over again right now. But to be honest, it's just part of the process. I have to go through that, so while I'm streaming, you will have to go through that too. So now I just saw these lines here. I'm just working on these. Again, just cleaning everything I didn't do clean enough. Getting those sharp edges. Something like that. Now here are some edges. I don't know where they came from, but I saw them a long time ago. It's probably time to get rid of those. I want it to be as clean as possible. So you see, I'm just moving myself on this canvas and optimizing everything I see. That's more or less just what I'm doing. Since this doesn't have to be perfect drawing, not everything has to be anatomically perfect. It's still an illustration, it's still artwork, so let's treat it as it is. I know that this may sound simple to other people, but this should be a man but his legs look just so feminine. It's kind of what I meant with struggling to make male figures sometimes. It's probably the reason why I exaggerate his muscles up here. This will be his thumb. His fingers here are just too big. And these fingers are non-existent, but it's fine. I think I can work with that. But what definitely feels manly is, these muscles, back muscles, and his torso. So I think I nailed that. Like that. Ignore the church. I have to ignore it every day. Give him some pubic hair or something. Something like that. I don't know if you who are watching are an artist yourself, but when you're drawing, you don't, it's not as sexualized as you might think it is, because you're just drawing something, you want to draw it accurate. You don't think, of course you think of the anatomy, but not in a sexual way. So, I want this one to be a woman, but I want her to be relatively flat-breasted, because just as a contrast to also these ones up there, here, just to make some effort in diversity, I guess. But I think overall she doesn't look too bad. I will probably work on her face. She doesn't have a mouth yet. And this bothers me, because his inside of his mouth, his inside of his mouth is just transparent. It's not what we want. So just to make my life easy, I'm going to make this in the background, and then I'm going to merge them together. Otherwise I have to watch those details. But that was actually too much, because here we actually need some transparency. And since we're there, we can refine his edges to refine, optimize. Make better. So, the dragon, Mr. Dragon. Have you seen Mr. Robot? Mr. Robot is an awesome series. I watched it a few years ago and was blown away. It wasn't, I streamed it on some platform, I don't know where, but not Netflix or any kind of that. And it was actually a really, probably one of the best series I ever saw, to be honest. And since it's back on, or since they took it on to Netflix, I started watching it. And I noticed, and people who know me closely will probably laugh, but I couldn't remember. I mean, the first series was, how do you say? Season? Probably, right? My frame rate is really low, I'm sorry for that. Yeah, season 1. It was season 1. I remembered it pretty well, but everything beyond season 1 was just... I remembered parts of it, but I totally forgot the details, totally. Like to a point where I did not recognize the person, but I knew the situation, you know, it's just, yeah. But the first season was really, I don't know, I just find it really fascinating, but I'm always fascinated by psychology and similar things. That makes sense. I don't know if you ever want to become a freelancer, but let me tell you one thing. You have to work for it hard. Nothing comes from nothing. I'm just reflecting what happened, everything in this year. Maybe you want to follow me on Instagram because I will make an update on what everything exactly happened this year. Might be interesting for you. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Ah, now I know why this is happening. Here we go. Oh, come on. So we're getting somewhere. Close. Slowly, but it's happening. When I had my first graphic tablet for the graphics tablet, I don't really know how you say it in English. But I was wondering if I'm doing something wrong because my tips are getting, how do you say, done pretty quickly. But it's completely normal, I learned. Which makes sense, but I wish there was a solution that doesn't depend on buying new tips at some point. But you know, they last pretty long, so not a problem. Fire is fluid, so I can do with it what I want, right? It doesn't even look like fire, but you know what I mean. So, getting closer, step by step. Slowly but surely. Now I think I'm going to clean up those angels because they just look really bad. Really messed up. Okay, that's the reason for that. That's good. Wait. by step. So although they are really, really small, I do feel like they have to be clean as well, because it just no, especially imagine looking at the whole picture and you're focusing on one of those mermaids, and then you look at his face, it would just not feel right when this one would be, oof, what did I do there? This hair has to be free from him. You would just notice too much difference in the quality if I'd let those little details be less nice, be done less nice, if that makes sense. So that's a good start for them. Now let's take care of the color, because I obviously didn't really do a good job here. Again, I was working on it in the bus and in the train, so not perfect, but I get things done. That's the most important part, and that's the thing. That's the reason why I do those things, even though I know they're not going to end up perfect, and I will have to do some adjustments so it gets nice as soon as I'm home. I'm just now thinking about everyone here being white. It's probably not the best thing. We could make her a little darker. I think I'm going to do that. Just a little bit, just to give some difference in. But I hope it doesn't look too weird. That's too dark, right? Seems a little gray, right? Doesn't look very natural. No, that's way too gray. We need more color. Nothing like that. Better. Again, I'm going to add shadings and everything, so this is not finite at all, and the shading will bring out the details, and the shading will also help with the texture so it feels better. I'm probably going to make him the same color. Just to get some more randomness into this image. And these one down here actually have kind of a reddish tone. So that's what I'm going to apply on one of them. No, that's not at all what I wanted. That's the color I want. Yes, absolutely. mean, the people on the crosses in hell are probably red because they're kind of burned from the heat. But you know, this angel here just has a good time. Do you say that in English? I don't know. So I mean, these ones are really, really small, so that's the point where I have to just be really simple. But you know, angels, at least as we know them from TV and books and whatever, seem to have a pretty easy dress code. Like nudity or white. Huh. I think we're getting somewhere. It still looks the same, obviously. And there's not a lot happening because I'm just cleaning out all of the things. But I promise, as soon as I get into the shading, it's going to get interesting. Also, all the wigs, I really have to get into the wigs. So they look kind of how they should. You see what I mean here? Shadings. Also the shadows in the bottom and just the gradients of colors. And the feathers of the wings. And the shading is really going to make the difference. Here I also had the situation with the crowd in the background, which was really, really not easy, and I had to quit at some point and redo everything, but I worked very long on it, so it's going to be nice. Yeah, those images are pretty large. And those details like the hairs on the leg and stuff, I'm going to add those. Not in the end, but in the process. So yeah, given all of the details we have in this one, this is probably more of 2 images than 1. So I have my issues with him. He kind of looks alright, but not there yet. So that's what we're doing. Take another sip of my coffee. Oh man. Wrong layer. How much we love that. Just getting rid of everything that is disrupting in some way. just get into like kind of natural, because right now I don't feel it yet. At first I thought I gave him some flip-flops, but I'm actually going to get rid of them because you know, it's fluffy in heaven. You don't need any shoes. I think. I won't guarantee that. So take shoes with you. Just in case. Maybe they're gonna send you back down. Also here I'm not feeling those feathers here. I'm going to do that again. So you see, it is a kind of intensive progress. I would love to let you listen to my music, but unfortunately that's not a good idea. I had some copyright. I did listen loudly to music in my first stream, but YouTube and TikTok obviously didn't like that. Which is understandable, but frustrating. Because I do like to listen to music openly, you know what I mean? Just not with headphones. If I can. Not always possible. I really don't know what's happening with his arm here in the back. Guess this will go down and then up, something like that, and then he has his cloth. Maybe his hand looks out here. Yeah, I think that would make sense. It's a little too small, probably. Yeah, that's what's wrong here. That looks more like it. I want him to have these calm shoulders, like you'd expect from kind of an angel. I'll take you there. I'll take you there. So at this point I actually redrawn him pretty much. I thought about repurposing these videos, but it would take so much time to edit those. So I'm probably not going to do that because I have other things I need to do in that time. Because I'm not earning any money with streaming. And we all have to make a living, right? I think one thing to get used to streaming myself kind of at work or at these things, it's just also getting used to be open and show your own issues you're having in the process, because as graphic designer, especially as a graphic designer, it always depends on to show yourself, present yourself to the outside world kind of in a explicitly perfect environment, or kind of sorry, I'm getting disrupted every time the church goes. But graphic designers really have to work hard on their portfolio and show off. And streaming myself at work is a really, really different contrast on what I'm doing, because I'm just really showing off everything. I'm showing how I work, I'm showing that it's not always smooth, I'm showing that there are issues, I'm showing that even if I am good at drawing, it's still a lot of work. I mean, maybe people appreciate it more when artists share their process, because this typical thing, like in a museum, everybody can do that. White picture, I don't know. But as an artist, you really are about if you do it and not what you do, because most people simply just don't do it, and that's the point, being an artist or being a creative, how do you say, just be working in a creative field. I noticed when I'm streaming, as it happened right now, that I sometimes forget to end my sentence. And I do this by myself a lot. So I do think in sentences which I don't finish sometimes, but I just noticed that especially while streaming, because I'm really thinking about what I want to say, or more intensively I'm thinking about what I want to say. Getting closer, it looks cleaner than before. I'm actually going to save this, and what I'm going to do is, because I have this in my downloads, I'm going to put this here, and I'm going to open the original file I imported from from Procreate, from my iPad. And I'm doing that so I can compare, trying to get this adjusted, so I can compare these two, just to get an overview. And you see all of those little tiny changes, you really see them, and it really adds up. It's just more finished. It doesn't seem like a lot of work when you're on it, but it's better. It's just more finished, if you will. And comparing these two versions, it also helps me to decide what details are more important and where do I have to invest a little more work. And again, just looking at this previous version, I just think like, oh, there are so many details I have to do. And it's a kind of calming to see that it's happening, you know. I am going to cheat a little bit, but as a graphic designer, you are allowed to cheat, I learned. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select these two layers from Nasty Cupid. And what I actually like to, I can't do that. I would like to liquefy. Well, I actually can. I can filter, liquefy. And why do I do that? You're going to see every moment. It just helps me with this is probably very graphic intensive. I'm sorry about that. My frames are just very, very low. I will have to think about how I want to do that and what's the problem and how I can improve my streaming quality. Maybe it's also just because my display is so big, because I'm not actually using the whole display already, because it would just be way too big. But what I'm actually doing here is just trying to manipulate the hand so it gets a little bit bigger. And that's more or less the whole thing here. And it helps me just edit those lines, get those lines there exactly where I want them. I did those corrections, so I'm going to hit OK. And now these corrections are applied to the outlines. I'm going to select the other layer and I am going to apply the same liquefy, that's why it's here on the top, the exact same liquefy changes. I'm going to apply them to the colored layer, so this should add up perfectly. See what's happened there. So still not perfectly happy because now I think the arm has to be smaller, so I'm going to do the same process again. Just So you see, it has a lot to do with gut feeling and testing out, honestly. Just testing out the possibilities. I want his arm to be kind of shorter because his arm is in the back, right? So from a perspective point of view and logical point of view, his arm needs to go back. It needs to be a little larger on the front. Right now, I'm thinking that his head is probably a little bit too big, so I'm going to shrink it. Shrink head. So, okay. Again, select the other layer, filter, apply the same liquify filter, and we should be good. Now I can just to check if these corrections made something good, better. I can go back in time here and just look at what my changes made. And I do think the proportions are more realistic, so that's what I'm going to stick to that. So this is kind of a thing you can do. I'm going to do the same thing here for him, because I feel like it's easier for me to get those very small changes to make his legs a little more manly. I mean, as soon as I apply some hair, it will automatically seem more manly. Just getting sure that I get what I want. His torso looks really like manly, that's good. Something like that. And this foot is just way too far down. And I'm thinking how I want to do that. Probably just going to cheat, to be honest. But cheating is allowed. I'm a graphic designer, I'm not. I'm doing this for my clients and I want them to be happy, and I'm going to do everything to get the desired solutions. So yeah, I'm going to work on that later on. I'm going to add some hairs, I'm going to add some shadings. I wonder what I can do with his head, because he has this, still looks kind of feminine, I think because of the cheekbones. Yeah, that looks more like a guy. Men have larger ears. Their forehead is flatter than women's. So those are all of the details I'm thinking of right now. I don't know if you noticed, but if you ever did character design or something similar, or drew people, something like I do, the expressions, to draw the expressions, I really feel them. I catch myself making the same mimics. My headset just died. But I don't know, what was I talking about? The details. Probably talking about the details since I started this stream. So, getting some muscles there. So, those are my changes. Ignore the church. This is way better. I like this a lot. So, we are going to select the layer beneath the colored layer and do the same thing. So, happy with that. Relatively happy with that. There are some details here I need to work on. Yeah. I am going to make a break right now for maybe 15 minutes. But I would appreciate you stepping by or staying here, however you want. But I need to make a phone call and then maybe going to let out another coffee. Just going to make a little break. So, here we go. See you soon. Hello, I'm back. I'm just setting up everything back again. There we go. Here we are. Am I sharp? Yeah, everything perfect. So let's continue. I wonder. Just checking in if everything is working right so we can continue. So, yeah, ready. Okay, so where were we? We got some of the details, quite a lot of the details refined. Now there are more details to do. I am actually going to finish these because I'm just avoiding them, to be honest. So let's find out where they are. Cage here, perfectly sorted. Thank you, Greg. Now let's get some orientation here. This is the front, how do you call it? Front. I just call it grid. Front grid. Side, top grid. Just naming my layers so I have some kind of overview. And this is the back grid. These are the people, and these are the outlines. People color. Just copy that, paste it, and people outline. Just organizations. So now I'm going to I had a plan at one point. See, this is how it looked before. So probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a solid color in the back here. Why is this here? Because the color needs to be in the front. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, I am going to add a layer here. I'm going to take that color. Probably I'm going to add some differences in color tone, so it is a little more realistic. And then, well, I guess we're in the right age to say something like it would make sense to have a lot of white male people in hell, but there are obviously all kinds of bad people, not everyone white, even if we like to think so sometimes. So I'm just adding some random dots, kind of the heads of these people in the background. making sure that these differentiate in sizes, so we have those people who are in the background kind of covered, something like that. And I'm going to add some random strokes in the bottom just to symbolize some feet. It already seems a little bit more crowded, which is good. Very good. And now what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to get some other two skin tones just to get some differences in there. I am going to select this so I don't draw beyond. I don't have to worry about that. And I want it to make sense that kind of full people would be able to be that. Be there, that. Something like that. I want someone in the front here. Maybe him here. And the head there. Now I'm going to take another color. Maybe this one is already in there. No, I don't think so. And I'm going to do the same thing. This video is also on YouTube. Maybe if you're interested, you can check out my YouTube channel. Currently, there's only the same content to see as you can see here on Twitch or here. I'm simultaneously streaming on Twitch and YouTube, so now this old guy here to be kind of really white. He just looks white. He could be like my previous boss. Add some colors to this one. No, that's another hand. Now I'm going to get some darker skin tone here. And something like that. Do we have another skin tone? Looks a little different now. So now back to the details. This is like a moment where I really don't know where to start. I don't know what to do. And again, this is a moment where you just have to start, just do something, and you will get there eventually. Since this is a really small part of the whole image, but still a significant part, I do want to have like this, how do you say, this balance between detailed and not. Where do I start? I think I could do an arm out here, something like this. This is really small. Why isn't this fully black? It's not good. Need to be even smaller, yeah. You see that it's kind of transparent? I don't want that. Hardness, there we go. Should be that, no it isn't. Well, yeah, let's just continue. I want kind of an arm, which would be somewhere here, reaching over here, maybe grabbing this. Need to get a little closer. Maybe grabbing this. Something like that. And then this will be inside. He will be looking that way. And maybe put an other arm around here. So yeah, I really need to get rid of the background. I just don't see anything. So this is actually something I wanted to do before, but it's fine. I'm going to get back a background where I can, which is pretty much unnatural, like this extreme green. And this helps me see what I do. Helps me to see what I'm doing. Now I'm on the wrong layer, yeah. My headset has low battery again, which I don't like at all. So somehow this brush is not working for me. So it just has a really soft edge. When I'm at this size, and I wonder if I can get that away, or if I just live with it. You probably won't notice anyway from the distance. So I'm really just getting some shapes in and try to make sense of the shapes I made with the color there. Trying to think what body part this could be of a person because it's pretty messed up, right? Just thinking of how feet look and how feet could look when stepping over each other. But here is actually a person. Which is back here. So yeah, a lot of little things going on here. I'm not worrying about these shapes coming over these lines because I'm going to get rid of them in a separate step. Just trying to interpret some of these lines. They're not going to be perfect anyway, and they don't need to because it's so small you pretty much don't see anything. And there's going to be shading and everything else, so it's really going to be a small part of it, but still we want to get some details in to think about how crowded this is, just get the sense so that the viewer really kind of gets a feeling for the emotions going on. This guy could stand a little bit like this. I really like how he's standing. I don't know what this could be, maybe kind of a leg with a foot. Someone sitting. Now here. So yeah, they're all nude. He's pretty sad. I think we're going somewhere here. It starts to feel crowded. This guy is really upset. what's happening here. You have all kinds of people in there. Something like that. Oh, I like this one. This one could be someone just on the top. Something like that. So yeah, the longer you work on something like this, the more you see, the more possibilities you feel there are. There you go. Okay, we have some people in there. Already feels kind of intense or something like that. Now I'm going to select those grids, front grid, side, top grid. Let's start with this one. And I am going to erase everything that's coming. No, that's actually not the right thing to do. I have to do this very carefully because there are lines that I want to have to continue. So his head is in the back. This is also in the back. This is in the front, not this part. This part is in the front. This one is in the front. Oh, no. So this one is good. Everything that's in the front should stay there. This is in the front. This is in the back. This part we're going to get rid later. This one is fine. That should go away. This should go away. This should go away. That's fine. This shouldn't be there. Same here. Oh, no, that's actually fine. Like this. She looks out of it. That's okay. His arm is in behind. I don't know what I'm doing with her leg yet, but I think it's in the back. These things are fine. I want him to grab this. This is fine too. Just cleaning. This one is in the front. This one isn't. So yeah, I think you get what I'm doing here. I'm just really looking that these people are inside and don't overlap on strange parts. Now I'm going to do the same with this part here. All of this is in the back. This too. No, there's actually a hand here. So that's good. This one comes out too. This one doesn't. This doesn't. No. This is in the back. Behind the grid, behind the grid. That's in front of the grid, that's okay. This is outside. It's fine. This is outside. This is outside. This is inside. Something like this. Do we have a situation up here? No, we don't. Perfect. So now I'm just going to go through these. First, I'm going to erase everything that's too far. It's reaching too far out. Actually going to zoom in. This is pretty pixelated at this point, but just means that we're working on the details. So let's get rid of this one. This isn't good. So the good thing here is that we're so small that I can just leave this abstract hand, you know. I don't have to get details right the same way I have to do on the bigger details. So yeah, it is really fiddly, to be honest. Not my favorite task to do. But you know, it's good work. And it's a nice project overall. So these are the things. Need to optimize. Sorry, sometimes I'm just getting lost in my work, which is great, which means something's happening and we're doing something. But multitasking isn't always easy. Probably also because I'm kind of the person who just giving some lighter color. We need some real white people. I again forgot what I wanted to say. Probably fits what I wanted to say. So there are situations where I like to use the mouse because these straight lines I'm just never going to be able to pull that off. Huh. Where is the grid? Oh. I believe I don't need that. It's not even here. Where is it? Here it is. See those black lines? Initially they were kind of a guide, but they're actually not helping me. So I'm going to get rid of those inside lines. Oh, no, I'm on the wrong layer. Something like that. Then his arm is going to go out here and grab onto this on there. Just make the feeling that he gets pushed to the sides. Again, looks a little more crowded than before. Now I'm just going to fill up some of those heads here. Luckily, I don't have to worry too much about drawing over these cage rigs, or how you would call them. Now I'm getting rid of some of those green details coming out at several points. Here's kind of a head or something. Looks crowded, sort of. Something like that. I'm just going to make the whole thing. Now I'm just getting rid of all those green flashes. See, that's why we use green, because you see it. So all it actually takes is time, because it's not hard, you know. I feel like everybody could do this, but you just need to know how the program works. Of course, you need to have some interest in it, but given that, I feel like everybody could accomplish that. It's just a matter of time. And that's actually more or less the deal I have with the band, because they're a little short on money, and they were kind of not my first clients, but in the early stage of my bigger plans. And we agreed to doing this for a little less money, but a little more time, because I would have to still prioritize other projects that add more value to my business and what I want to do. And I do like to draw and make this kind of digital artwork, but I don't want this to be my business. There are things that I can do better and cleaner and faster. So that's the agreement we have. They give me a little more time and I can work on something not only for my portfolio, but I can do something good. But I don't have to do it in a rush. I mean, I always do have a rush because I rush myself. But it helps to have the freedom to do as I like. That's why we want to do our own thing, right? That's why we're building up a business. We're not actually a business, it's more of building some purpose for my future. So, compared to before, this looks a lot better. Still a lot of things that don't work. They're not perfect yet, but it is better. And this is the most important part. So now I have this guy here. I want to erase everything wait, that was not good. People outline. No, it wasn't that bad. Here we go. That's what I want to get rid of. Something like that. So, definitely more crowded. Now I know it sounds stupid, but one thing that's obviously missing now is hair. And because all of the hair sits on the top of the head, I'm just going to take some hair color from here, brown. I'm going to make it a little lighter, something like that. And I'm going to make some hair. Again, pretty roughly. Not that rough. Just want them to have some hairs. And I'm also going to give them some pubic hair. Maybe it's just some arm hair, breast hair. Maybe a little beard. I just want those colors to add up later on and just give the illusion of a lot of people with hair. He's going to have white hair, this guy. Something like that. Add some color here, some color in the back. Here, here. I don't know. I think the majority of people have brown hair or dark hair. Is that true? I don't know. So I'm going to take his hair. Just to get some different colors, different tones in it. Also, don't forget the pubic hair. But they're all in the background. Let's see. Why pubic hair? Because our subconscious sees everything, and we want people to look at this and not even think about it, just simply realize and look at it and immediately recognize naked people. That's what we want. That's why we're doing pubic hair. It's like too blonde. Now I want some. Yeah, I'm first going to do that. Now let's get some redheads. Maybe you might ask yourself why I'm always using the colors I already have. But actually I want to give it some consistency. I want it to feel coherent, and just using a color palette really does half of the work. So you want to make sure that things suit together. Maybe he's a redhead. He might be a redhead. Pubic hair, some chest hair. Now we need some grays. I'm actually going to start with this color, and then I'm going to just gray it out. Because this guy, I don't know why, but he's just old. Just feels old, so that's his destiny. Some crazy old guy hair and a beard. And some hair. I think you lose hair when you age, right? I don't know. Pubic hair. You know what? I don't know. I don't want to know. But I just try to get the sense of him being old. Maybe he has some white strands too. He too. Oh, he's still bald. flax, we could add some real black hair. I'm just going to give him this hair, give him some chest hair. Something like this. Maybe he's really hairy. So yeah, now I'm slowly getting into real details here. It's probably the part where it slowly gets interesting again. So again, now I have the separate layer with the hairs, and I'm looking, but for the most part I can just erase everything that comes beyond those lines, but I still have to think about like this head here obviously needs to be in the front at the front and in the back at the back. Back at the back. Something like this. Oh, that was too much. So, still details missing and everything, but definitely looks more like a crowded cage. Again, I'm going to save, and I want to compare these again. So, just going to get rid of that layer so we get some real sense of this. What are you doing? There we go. That's how we can compare. We have some faces. We have this cage at the bottom being filled with people. Just overall having some details refined. That's great, yeah. So again, it's a slow process, but we're getting there. So this tail actually bothered me a long time. I don't know why I avoided it, but you have to get those things done anyway at some point. So let's just do it. So So now I'm getting closer to everything, because now I can start to add new details more and more, one by one, this time in Photoshop, because it's just easier. So I'm going to give him some texture. And that's the part where things get a bit more exciting, because now you can really will see some differences in details. There are still some rough edges, but believe me, you won't notice a lot of those as soon as the shading and the textures are in. Meanwhile, I do have some good experiences in 3D design, and I also noticed that it's pretty similar. It doesn't really depend on what you're working, but it's always pretty similar from the work flow. You know, you need an idea, then you need to figure it out how to do it. Again, it's always about problem solving, and in 3D you also add the finishing in the end. You give those textures, and you're not doing anything else when drawing something like this, or just working on, it could be a visual for a campaign, or it could be something like this, just a kind of a drawing, digital artwork. But giving it texture just makes it feel more not realistic, but it gives you that wow factor. The more details there are in, your subconsciousness really loves details, or clean stuff. It's kind of, we humans are organic. I'm just noticing that I'm always getting outside of the frame. Always panicking to be on the wrong layer, because especially when you do so many details, it's like really hard to have to go back and do everything again. So just always know your layers. It's fine to work, but you have to know where you work for it to make sense. See, everywhere these ridges are, I'm going to continue. I want it to have this leathery, but also kind of, how do you say, like reptiles have it, and fish. Sometimes I just don't remember words. Pretty sure. If I wouldn't think too hard about it, I probably knew the word. But it's like when somebody asks me here in Switzerland how to say this in English. For the most part, I just don't remember, because as soon as I'm thinking too hard about those things, it's just gone. Can't help it. I want to give him a ring. Yeah, that's cool. But where? I mean, his nose holes are here. But that's really cool. We'll need to have to color this later on. So we have this spike here. We have this kind of, I don't know what it is, a muscle. But yeah, we're going to add this here too. Going to make this a bulge, similar like it's here. Going to add something like this. Yeah. And then we need those ridges here. Trying to imagine how he flies. I guess he'll make this turn. And I'm going to give it some texture here. Notice that I'm giving it some perspective, so just imagine this is something round. It wouldn't just be straight. And those are those little details. Applied wrong, they just don't work. But it just gives you a feeling. Like also here, they'll be like this. But because of the perspective, there's going to be more of them. So your eye expects it to be more dense, which is why I nearly everywhere have those ridges concentrated at the sides. And it just gives some depth to the form. Yes. Do dragons eat flesh or humans? Or do they just burn them? It's pretty inefficient to just burn what you just caught. I mean, hot steam would be better for cooking. If you could haunt your victims with like hot steam, you could instantly steam them. But I mean, if you like it smoky, you're probably good with a dragon. So, there are some details in here. Perfect. And see, this is really a smaller part of the whole picture, so it will have a good effect. I will do some more coloring and stuff, but step by step. We're getting closer, and the closer we're getting, the faster we're seeing some changes. I guess this part I'm working on right now is probably the most time intensive and the most boring thing to do, because you actually know what you want, but you just have to get the details. I think that's why it also takes a little longer than like another artwork, because I made some sketches and you define with the client, or we defined together what they wanted, and now I can't just do anything, I have to draw what we defined, and probably this makes it a little bit more intensive, because you can't just make changes where you want. I mean, I do have big amount of freedom here, but sorry, I'm just concentrating. Because hands. Hands, those bastards. Nobody likes to draw hands, let's be honest. There's just too many muscles involved. But we're getting closer, step by step. I again forgot what I wanted to tell you, so. Again, cleaning up. I mean, he looks really, really different now. He looks way better than before. But that's also because, as I said, we just went on it step by step. And after some time, you do see some improvements on the whole thing. You can continue on something else on the whole canvas. And when you come back, you suddenly see what you need to do. It has a lot to do with taking a step back and observe what you've done and really have a new, clean view of what you want. Also with graphic design projects, like my web designs or other things, I don't like to work on a thing just for one day, because I feel like there's a lot of potential being lost when you're in a rush like that. Obviously, it is possible to come up with the best idea in a short amount of time, but you just never know. And just giving it some time, also free time, because sometimes I'm just, walking in the forest or doing other things. Like, the typical saying, the best ideas come in the shower, but that's not actually how it works with me. It's just, I don't know. Well, I do think that getting things done makes a lot with your not only motivation but also with your creativity, because you learn to control your creativity, and that is honestly a life lesson. Just checking my microphone. Looked weird. Wait, not what we wanted. I think she looks pretty good. Maybe his arm is a bit too large. So So, yeah, now I'm getting real into the details here. Just cleaning up those rough edges. And I think pretty soon, just have to check the whole. Oh no, we have some things to do in heaven. That sounds great. Hold on, I'll just go get my briefing in heaven. I listen to a lot of music, and I really like blues and rock and stuff. And this was also for a rock band from people I know. And yeah, just now I'm thinking, well, not just now, but because I didn't really check why it is so, but I'm wondering why that rock has so many religious symbols in it, like angels and the devil. There will be a lot of blood in this image, I can tell you that. It's a long way to go. Yeah, I think I didn't touch this one yet, so I think I'm going to optimize here. Because again, in the end we have to do all of it anyways. What's happening? Oh. Oof. This definitely isn't the easiest one of the digital artworks I did for the band, but it definitely is very diverse in what's happening, all of the elements and stuff. In this picture, all of the reds are fire and heat, and I'm going to make blood in, real red, like darker and clearer. Those are kind of the little things you think about when doing artwork like this. Because again, we want consistency. We want people to be able to interpret this picture pretty fast. Should be self-explanatory, which is always the case in design. Good design. You can make concepts around the idea of the opposite, but humans are just we need something to hold on. We need some sense behind these things. Don't ask me what this creature is. It's just a mashup of my imagination. Kind of the idea that snakes and spiders are the most terrifying things. And I don't know, really it looks a little more than like a dinosaur. But it looks unpleasant, so it'll do the job. I like those legs. I think they turned out great. And there are so many details still missing, but I think we're coming real close to the next steps. This is probably a really, really long, not probably, this is a really long stream. I don't know what an average stream should be, but I decided to just go with it. But probably I'm going to end this within the next hour or something like that. Because I still have a life, and need to get some other things done. My frame rate is just really, really down there. And I don't know why. So, also he could have some more details. just giving a new eye. And he actually has a tongue, which we don't see, but I just decided how I want it to be. I want his tongue to be kind of snaky. But that's too long. I want it to have this kind of motion. And I want it to be like kind of this, something like this. Could argue that it's kind of blue. Bluish red. So, one thing I always knew what he's going to have is these ridges on his front, which will be lighter, and he will probably have something here, but I'm not sure yet. Maybe have some ridges here. Oh yeah, that looks good. Something like that. So you can imagine these continuing in the back. Something like that. Very good. Now Photoshop does feel different. I do feel like the Wacom tablet and Photoshop combination, you know, you just feel the experience they have. It's just, as soon as you get used to it, it feels really, really fast and fluid and reactive. And I'd say a lot of good things about the iPad and the functions it has and the reaction to the Apple Pencil and all of that. But given the screen size and everything I have here, it's just not comparable in the end. So, one other thing we ignored the whole time are these here. Those guns. Figuring out how I can make this the most sense. Something like that. Oh, now I have the colors of the guns in the back, but that's not a big issue. Here we go. You can't hear the music, I'm listening. Sorry for that. Did you look at your Spotify? Oh, now I realize what's happening. I'm not fully black here. The sum up, or how do you call it? Or the Spotify, how do you call it? I don't know. You know, the campaign they made saying what you listened. And I found out that I listen to music 28% more than the average Swiss music Spotify user, probably. I don't know, I find it hard. Because, you know, I thought about what are they comparing it with? Because there are probably a ton of users, not only in Switzerland, but all over the world, who don't even use Spotify, but they have an account. So now here, one thing I really don't like to do with the thing here, the pen, is doing straight lines. It's just never looks how it should. It's never straight. So what I'm doing, I'm going to do this manually or with the mouse, because I feel it's just more accurate. Those lines need to be straight. And well, actually I could do the same thing, but it's just feels more natural because I work all day with the mouse when I'm doing other things. Of course, there are some details that are better with. I'm kind of catching the outlines here, and I'm doing that, well, holding shift. This lets me make perfectly straight lines the way I want them. Again, we're very detailed here, not everything has to be perfect. But yeah, drawing this by hand is just I think it wouldn't make sense. It's just too much effort to get those straight lines perfectly. This way I can just click and have them perfectly aligned. So again, I am a graphic designer, I'm doing this for a client, so I am allowed to cheat. Because we want the best outcome. But again, what is cheating, right? It's just, it's my job to do the right thing for my customers, clients. it's just another way how to work on things. Or you can also argue why should you always reinvent things when you have all the tools you need to help yourself. Use your tools. So you see, step by step, this adds up. Again, this doesn't have to be perfect, because those are really small details, and I want to have those details because just adds to the quality of the whole image. But our focal point of the whole image will be him in the center, and that's why these things will not be the most important things of the picture. Something like that. So I'm just trying to make some sense of these forms here. And I think we're getting closer to what we want. Definitely looks like more. Now are there for different greens, or how did I do that? So this was the sketch, by the way. Again, I want to compare it to what we had on the iPad. This just doesn't want to snap as I like. Well, it does, but it's so delicate. There. There. So yeah, slowly getting there. I feel like I want to compare it to that. Yeah, there's still quite a few elements missing. I think this will really look good, really, really good when I'm done, to be honest. There are so many details in this one. But yeah, let's get things done and let's not just talk about it. But I need a little tiny break. I feel confident to get to a point today. Sorry, be right back. I feel confident that I'll get to a point today where I can start with the shading. The shading will add a lot of depth to it. I will work on the lighting very soon, but I think I'm going to make those details right today, and pretty fast, probably tomorrow, or any time next week, I will need to get this done. But I think the worst part, honestly, is done. The hardest, the most time-intensive part is done. Adding some shading and colors and all of that details actually is... I'm sorry, every time I'm opening the window. Yeah. Shading and adding highlights and colors and those things will work out faster than getting those outlines right, you know. There are a few children playing outside. I hope that doesn't disturb you too much. But I want to open the window when I'm doing harm to my lungs. So, where could we continue here? She doesn't have a face. That's something that bothers me a lot. And again, we can't run away from these things. We have to do all of it in the end. So, let's get her a face. Something like that. I don't like this cheekbone here. Makes her look too old. And then we have an ear here and kind of her neck. So obviously we need to change some things on the hair. Now she has a face. She has kind of a face, but not really. She has a good face. And I'm not talking about beauty, it's literally just her having a face. Positive vibes. That looks strange. Dreamy. That's a look we can work for, right? With. Work with. But also for. Let's work for dreamy. Let's be dreamy. Let's be inspired. Let's be changing the world. I'm also going to give her kind of the similar texture I gave the dragon, or them. I'm going to give this texture all of them. And also we want those no, I forgot the word for it. thought too much about it. Told you so, I forget when I think too much. It's funny, my headphones had no battery anymore, again. I don't know if you hear that, but it's pretty disturbing. Children playing is disturbing. And what I wanted to say before is I'm giving those the same or similar texture I gave the dragon, because it's just coherent, you know? Things just look the same, they suit together, they have the same textures or similar textures. It makes it coherent. And since we're there, we'll do the same thing for those girls here, because if I just go on to another thing right now, it would take much more for me to start on those again. So make sure when you make one texture, just apply it everywhere. It's going to feel easier and you're getting done faster, because you don't have to wrap your mind around it again, if you know what I mean. You can just start, continue, and every time you start something new, if it's a new project, if it's a new part of this image, it doesn't really matter. Just if you start anything new, it kind of takes think of it like a boot time when you power up your computer. You need to get into the mindset. So you can be efficient, so you can start working. And it's the same thing, same theory with these things. If I would just continue on another part, I would have to start again with this pattern and just get into it again. So this stream is obviously a pretty long stream, kind of 4 hours or something, even longer. But if someone is watching this long, maybe you're watching the recording. First of all, you're insane, but I'm very happy to be able to have caught your attention so good and well. If you're watching this for this amount of time, probably means you're into what I'm doing here. And that's a huge compliment for me, so thank you. Now these lines are getting a little jacked up here, I don't know. It's possible that I'm going to change them at some point again, but it's good for now. She needs a belly button. And he needs nipples. He needs nipples. kind of this, the color will do the rest. So, and since we're here, we can continue on making him nicer. Getting into the fingers here. That's not looking good. That's not looking good at all. But it's a start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's one too much here. This is kind of his fist, which goes back here, comes down there, his wrist, and then it goes down here, something like that. Then he has his knuckles down here. This just doesn't look right at all. No, it's not true. That's not true at all. Getting closer. Getting closer. Not perfect yet, but getting closer is better than nothing. I know the fingers still look totally messed up, but don't worry. It's my problem. No, I'm going to work on these things until they look good or good enough. There is a point where you will have to say, okay, now I have to stop. This doesn't make sense just because it's too much work. At some point you just have to stop, because if you're an artist or a designer, you probably know you can always improve, and especially if you kind of wait for too long. Let's say you have, I don't know, a mailing or something you want to do. If you wait too long, you always have another idea and you see something new, and there's always there's room for improvement. But you will never get to a point, this way you will never get to a point where you will be satisfied with yourself. So sometimes you just have to let things go and just do it instead of talking about it. And as I'm talking about this, I am getting to a point where I think this hand doesn't look too bad. So, hands. Hands, hands, hands. I'm sorry for the noise from outside. I hope it's not too bad. But some background sound isn't probably the worst thing, since I'm not allowed to listen to music loudly. There's the church again. That means 15 minutes are over. It's 4 o'clock. Whatever that means. Now it means that I actually have to probably stop this stream soon. Toes. One thing, I mean, I prefer to draw feet than hands, because hands are just so intricate. Again, I'm getting to the point, you know, not an issue, but for me, it's just not the thing I like the most. So yeah, I know that finger looks terrible, I know, but we'll get to that. No worries. Yeah, I'm going to add some color down here and do some more tweaks. And I guess in the next half an hour I'm going to end this. That baby get some fresh air. Get outside. Here are some issues, but I'm thinking maybe, you know, sometimes it makes sense to just start with the shading, and where there are some tiny things I still want to improve, because looking at the sketch from the beginning, you know, here are the notes from what the angel is playing there. There are some lights, and she actually has some flowers and stuff, and the rainbow, and you know, the yellows in the fire, all of those things. I think this will bring it to life a little more. In contrast, this looks really coming. It's just cold right now. It needs to become, you know, this impressive feeling, this wow effect. Yeah. And I think I captured that effect, the idea of the colors and stuff, pretty good in this sketch. Again, this is the version we had on the iPad. Just comparing them again. And they're very subtle changes, but they really do make the image. I don't know why, but he will have yellow eyes. I'm doing that right now. Like these poisonous yellow eyes, something like this. Ah, come on. Yes. Perfect. And these are exactly those little things that I'm going to add, and these are going to bring it to life, you know. And they are going to distract from all the imperfect things going on. Even this hand here from this guy, it's not drawn perfectly at all, but from a distance it really works. It looks like this crooked hand. Which he probably has because he's in pain and he wants to flee. Sorry about the noise. I'm just smoking my cigarette, but I'm going to continue. So this is overall my longest stream I ever did. Nearly 6 hours. You know what? I'm going to end this at pretty much 6 hours, which is in 17 minutes. Which suits perfectly with my timing, I said before. So, what have I thought of some, yeah, I want to do those. So it's the only thing. Yes, it's the only thing I have on the canvas already drawn but not colorized. That's the reason I'm doing this now. So, let's get those basic colors in there. Get a little closer to it. So easiest way to do is just get some outlines, fill it. You know what, I'm probably going to make everything in here green anyway, so why not just do this. It took me really long to get comfortable. Honestly, also comfortable with my setup to start live streaming. I talked about it a lot, and I thought about it even more. But yeah, actually doing it, you know how it is in life. Just procrastinate things. And you also have to be in the right mindset, I guess. And it's also good training in many ways. Also for my English. Just hearing myself speaking out loud, I think there's a lot of learning happening, I guess. Because thinking English or watching English things or similar things, it's relatively easy, obviously. But actually talking and interacting, spelling, helps a lot. So these are probably not all going to be green, these guns and everything, but I think it's good to have a basic tone and then add some other colors. And I think I'm pretty happy with that, so now I'm going to add some gray to this, but more like a dirty gray, like a steel gray, maybe a little greenish B. Yeah, something like that. Now it's still too light. A bit darker. Yes, that's what I want. So just cutting some color into these details. It would make my life so much easier if you wouldn't see colors. Because also in graphic design, colors make so much. We associate so many things with colors. The majority of people who aren't colorblind. But yeah, creating things and designs and artwork and whatever, you really have to think about colors a lot, how you want to use them, in what context, and what for. I have no idea what I wanted to show here, but just for contrast reasons I'm going to make it gray, just to give it some more dynamics. To be honest, I don't know what's happening here. So another 8 minutes, then I'm going to leave my live stream. I maybe will be working a few minutes more on this, just without streaming, and then I'm slowly going to get myself ready for some other things. Okay. I have a situation here with this cage. I think I'll need to take this back here so we can draw this, and we have to actually get rid of this line here. People outline. No, that's not that one. This one. This one it is. Something like that. Again, closer to what we want. Now I'm just seeing some details. You know, working on things like this really is a progress. Like, for instance, now I see this should be something like that. Would be awesome if this river came out of this mountain here. So that's why I just added the line there. And the same thing here. Be careful not to get in the way of this. And I think I'm pretty happy with where this river is, so I'm just going to add those outlines here so it really suits together. But I don't know what I feel about this here. So another 4 minutes and then I'm going to leave. I hope this was kind of interesting to watch. I think right now nobody's watching, but you know, we'll see. Maybe somebody will, maybe you will, or somebody who watched this afterwards, which is awesome. Really awesome. Yeah, now I got some layers mixed up, but it's fine because we're getting closer and it's not that relevant anymore. It's more of an issue on the iPad than here. Okay, so I have another 3 minutes. and don't know, I'm going to use it to just talk a little bit, make a kind of an outro. I appreciate it very much when you joined and watched me work on this artwork. It's getting closer step by step. It doesn't feel like I have accomplished a lot because all of those small details, they don't really pop in to view, but I do think that there is a lot of preparation done for doing the fine-tuning, the shading and all of those extra elements, the fire, lights, just all of those neat things that are missing right now. Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to continue this. I don't know if I'm going to stream. I am trying to remind myself and get myself to it, but I can't guarantee that I'm going to stream all of the shading process. But I'll make sure that I make at least the last part or just the middle part or some part of the shading process so you can see what I mean. And that's actually going to be more, how do I say, it's actually going to have a bigger value and a bigger entertainment factor. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. Happy to see you next time. I am going to continue making live streams just for the purpose of creating some content. As soon as I'm going to find more time in the next year, I don't know if you heard or watched that long to know, but I'm actually going to be a full-time freelancer sometime next year, and I'm pretty excited to do that. This is what I'm doing here is just artwork, I'd say, but I'm specializing myself on digital design. I do user experience design and user interface design, UI, UX. I do a lot of animations, and yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. Branding, digital appearances on social media. That's what I am going for. So thank you very much for watching. I am going to see you soon. Bye.